Good morning, colleagues. Secretariat, can you just confirm if we have a quorum?
Good morning, Chairperson. Not yet. We're just waiting for 2 members to join.
because what
Chairperson, we can begin. We form a quorum.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. Good morning, members. We can start. So I just want to find out if we've got any apologies.
Mr. Shigange said he will join late, and Mr. Makhad.
Then Mr. Mahat. Okay, he'll join at 9:30.
Chairperson, he just said late.
All right, no, that's fine. All right, colleagues, let's start then with we are forming a quorum. So let's start with number 1.1.
Okay, Chairperson, item 1.1 is from Water and Sanitation, USDWS 11 2018-19, Area A, Region 1 and 2, further report, appointment of a consultant for the design and construction monitoring of system for the cathodic protection of steel pipes in Area A, Region 1 and 2 for a period of 3 years from commencement date.
All right, can we get the department to present or the BEC chairperson?
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Erwani Radari. I'm here on behalf of Water and Sanitation Department. The report that needs to be that we are taking now, the one that is going to be presenting, and then I'm here to assist. Thank you.
Justice, go ahead. Mr. Justice.
Good morning, Chair, colleagues. Good morning. Thank you. Just service providers concerned. This first one, 1.1, the service provider that was being recommended was Zonaka Engineering, and they were given 7 days to fix their tax matters, and the service provider obliged and complied. I have seen an email by the 16th of November, this service provider was tax compliant. I tried to make an inquiry as to why these were delayed, And I saw communication from SCM to Secretariat where they were being updated that these bidders have since become tax compliant. So the bidders did comply with the requirement to comply with the tax matters. The screen share on the tax compliance verification history. If you look at where I'm pointing, this bidder was tax compliant on a date on the 16th of November 2022 already. And this information was shared. So I'm just not sure where the mishap happened in the system to finalize the resolution accordingly. So for that reason, Chair, I would urge that we do approve the service provider for the services in line with the previous approval. Thank you, Chair.
I think you need to take us through the report. I don't think any of the members that are sitting here will recall what happened in 2022.
No problem, Chair. And that's why I requested that they attach the previous BAC resolutions. But nonetheless, let's just go through the report, the further report as attached, as attached in here. If you go to the further report as attached, okay, there's a further report attached in there. Sorry, I was working on a wrong document. On the first page of the report, it does say water and sanitation, further report appointment of a consultant for the design and construction of monitoring of systems for the cathodic protection of steel pipes in area 1 and 2 for that period. I must say, usually, Chair, the department presents this report. Referee is on leave. He then requested we assist her. And on page 2, projected estimate for this were noted for the different financial years.
Sorry, Justice, can I just check in terms of the quorum? Since while we are presenting the report, do we still have a quorum without you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Usually the department would present these reports. I was just assisting with the background of what happened. But now that you want us to look at the report, it changes the picture a bit.
Okay, then you can present the report.
Yeah.
Unless can the department present the report then? So there's no one from the department.
Yes, I can try, Chairperson. I can present the report.
Have you been, do you have a letter delegating you to present the report on behalf?
Oh, yes, I'm still waiting for delegation. Sorry, Chairperson. That's another matter because I was supposed to also present item 1.5 and 5.1. So we are still waiting for delegation.
All right, no, then that's fine. Let's move to the next item, Secretariat.
All right.
Chairperson, given that the water people are still waiting for the letter, we'll go to item 2, which is ROC 2.1, ROC 03 2021-22, tender for the general maintenance of all decimetries and crematorium turns in all 7 regions of Tshwane 3-year period as and when required.
All right, then let's get the department or the BEC chair. Who is presenting the reports?
Chairperson, I think they're not on the platform unless I'm mistaken. It's Mr. Ramunwana.
All right, let's move to the next department.
Chairperson.
Yes, go ahead, voter.
Yes, I'm from Rock, and this is the Rock tender that I can present, but again, I don't have a letter that would be required to present it. I was under the impression that supply chain management would present it.
Yeah, let's just get the letter for you in the absence of supply chain. Any reason why supply chain is not in the platform to present reports?
Chair, it's actually the BEC chairperson. It's not supply chain. It's a BEC report.
Who will be the BEC report?
The BEC chairperson for this one, it's Inos Ramnon. I've just spoken to him. He's joining. I don't know if he was delayed. I think he might be in the BEC meeting. So he said he's joining now.
Okay, while he's joining, can we move to the next item?
Chairperson, for 2.2, they're also joining. For item 3, they're also not here yet. We'll move to item 6 because the road people are here. Item 6.
What about item 4? Wait, don't move, don't jump.
Oh.
Where's item 4? And item 5. True. Hi, colleagues. This is worrying.
So there's no.
Was this message? This link invite sent to the department, Mapula?
Yes, Chairperson, it was sent to all the departments.
Okay, all right. Now then, let's move to whoever is in the platform then.
Okay, Chairperson. I can see Mr. Ramunwana is in for item 2.1.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, members and chairperson. Maybe I will first say I apologize for I lost a bit of track of time. So my apology for that. I'm here to present Rock 3 2022. Maybe let me first start by declaring my name is Inos Ramunwana, chairperson of the BEC committee that was dealing with the backlog. And then I hereby declare that I do not have any personal interests, any matter that will be written from this tender, and I will abide by ACM regulations and the committee rules. The tender that I'm going to present is a Rock 3 2021-2022. Tender for the general maintenance of all the cemeteries and crematorium terrain in all 7 regions of the city of Tshwane for 3 years period as and when required. If you go to the next sheet, Chairperson will see that the spec was approved on the 8th of September 2021. Bid advertising was on the 3rd of December 2021. Closing was on the 1st of February 2022. And then on that tender, we received 291 bids. And the tender has been extended several times. of which the current extension is expiring on the 26th of April, but we also have another extension from here until the next 90 days after the 26th. So we indicated the cost centers and the budget there. From the next page is the specification. It's a very long report in terms of the big BOQ. But if you check page 9, you'll see the actually from the end of page 8. You see the stages of evaluation of which is pre-compliance, admin compliance, mandatory functionality criteria, and preference points. Then you move to page 10. From page 10, you will see that we listed all the bids that was received in time, of which are listed there, all of them. And then for the total of 191 until page 17. Then we move to the next page where the pre-compliance was done. And then it's been captured there until page this one is page 81. And there was no bidder that's what is qualified based on that. And then also there's no bidder that was disqualified based on the other issues such as tax or restrictions. And also on item number 5, you will see that there is some clause indicated there where it says that the successful bidder may not support more than 25% of the value of the contract of any other bidders or equal or higher BAE status level of contribution, unless the contractor is contracted to unskilled labor or EME or QSE. So then we have to check all the suppliers, whether they are EME or QSE. And then we captured the information on the rights to make sure that those companies, all of them that bidded, they fall within the category. And then they were all, if you check, they are all QSE and EME. And then from the next page, you'll see that is the schedule of administration compliance. We will check the MBDs. So we captured the information there. Until page, it's a long report, Chairperson. And yeah, until item number 5.1 on page 57. From there, we captured the reason for those ones that has been disqualified from the MBD. You will see them on the far right column. They are all captured there. From there, on page 65, Chairperson will go through as a mandatory requirement. And then we pasted the requirement in terms of mandatory there before we capture our table. And then underneath, we indicated the requirement on the table and we captured the result in terms of our evaluations there. And then indicated which one that are going through, which one are not going through. Until page Just go down on page 80. On page 80, we listed those companies that has been disqualified above, where we indicated on which item they did not comply with. And we listed all of them there. What's happening with this little computer? Okay, yeah. And then it's been listed there until page 83. And from that page, on 84, you'll see is the functionality criteria stage number 4. Then we first pasted what is required in terms of the minimum scoring, of which is 70 out of 100. On page 86. Then from page 87, we captured the scoring of all the service providers that went through. The one that we on top, we'll see the member's name there, and then we captured the scoring. On functionality. And then we have got bidders that scored obviously below the minimum of 70, of which we listed them there, of which 5 bidders. And then we've got a bidder that scored above 70, we listed them there. And then all those bidders that scored above 70 will go for the next, we'll proceed to the next stage, of which is the pricing. And then starting from page 93. So on page 93, what we did was we captured all the pricing as per their BOQ. We just captured every, it's a long report because it's the BOQ until page. Yes. Chairperson, until page 100. Page 1044. 1044. And then from the next page on 1055, we did specific contact of participation goals of accepted bidders. We indicated their point that is claimed. And then on the page 1048, then we captured the 90-10 on that item. And the 90-10 chairperson was based on the totals. Until page is based on totals per region, actually. Until page 1061. So from there, we captured all the bidders and their registration numbers. And after that, we captured the directors. And then on page 1065, you can see the comment from the CFO in terms of the GL, and we move to we indicated total prices per regions. So we pasted them there. And then after pasting all that information, then we go to recommendation on page 1069. So the committee recommended the following. That bidders below recommended for the general maintenance of all cemeteries and crematorium terrain in all 7 regions for 3 years periods and when required. On region 1, we indicated the square meters in terms of the cemeteries, and then we recommended 6 bidders for that region. And then we indicated their name there. Region 2, we put the square meters and we recommended region 3, we put the square meters there, and then we recommended 8 bidders there. And then region 4, we wrote the square meters, and then we recommended 4 bidders. And then region 5, we indicated the square meters, we recommended 2 bidders. Region 6, indicated the square meters and recommended 4 bidders. Region 7, recommended 2 bidders. And on the next page, Chairperson, the committee, after looking at the price variance of this tender, we had a discussion. Then we also called the department to come. And then because we wanted to deal with the price variance and between the committee and also the department, we end up agreeing that this tender needs the price negotiation, and of which will be we recommend that should be done by mostly because the department showed the know-how in terms of how much is the square meter and all those kind of things. And on our committee, we didn't have that knowledge. So which means they need to participate because they even came, when we call them, they even came with a normal price because they didn't do the market analysis. They didn't submit the market analysis, but they had some normal how much they should be paying. And the other issue is that on this tender, we tried before we called them, we tried to look at the previous tender. The previous tender was done different from this one. It was not the same. In other ways, the way they structured this tender it's a new. They used the new because they said the previous one didn't work for them, and it's done in a different way from the previous tenders. And I'm saying that's why it took so long for us to finalize this tender. So it was very complicating. So based on our discussion, we ended up saying the best people to do the price negotiation because they didn't do them again before the tender is the department. The president need to be recommended, but should include the department. So the committee then on the point there above, we indicated that the bid evaluation could recommend this tender for price negotiation after the approval by BAC due to varying prices from the bidders. After that, then we captured the POQ for each service providers that is recommended underneath, which means that price negotiation will be done with all those service providers. From there is their BOQ as per their bidding document going down. Obviously, we have got the BOQ is very long, and that's until the last page of which is 2,607. So with all different service providers that we indicated per region there. Chairperson, thank you.
Thanks, Enos. Members, questions, comments?
Just on the price variance, I just could not pick up the advice from Enos on how to address that. Maybe my English escaped me or my listening skills escaped me. If you can just reiterate that, because there's, I mean, on some of the items, the variance is quite massive, and we just have to find a way. And you always make a point here that there's always a baseline. And when you do the negotiations, you must look at the baseline. And that should be applied across consistently as a principle moving forward. One. Then the second part, just maybe just assist me in you know, I mean, we always make reference to market analysis. At what point do you utilize the market analysis? Because I know the response, you know, the tender is done, we cannot do it now. But on tenders like this, clearly, there's a solid case that analysis must be undertaken, you know, so that we don't find wanting, we're not found wanting rather from the city side in terms of price variances going forward. But why are we not just doing it? Are we just putting it there for the sake of putting it there, knowing very well that it's an instrument that can essentially assist us to fast track all these tenders to avoid a situation where we have to go to bidders and say this variance is massive, and as a result, we are going to embark on the price negotiation. Why are we not undertaking it? What's the difficulty of doing a market analysis on tenders that are obvious like this one? This one is obvious because you're going to get a variance that is quite massive from one bidder to the other. I just want to understand that principially, if you can just educate me there. Why are we not doing it, Chair? Thank you very kind for now. I'll come back with other questions at a later stage. Thanks.
Chair, should I respond now?
Yes, Enos.
Okay. Thanks, member, for the question. And the issue is that, as you know, sometimes when we deal with these things, we learn and try to come up with other method of doing this on a daily basis, like previous committees when you raise some concern. Although this tender was done by then, is that, as I said, it's a very complicated tender. It's a tender that, you know, obviously, if you want to sort of initially we started by doing averaging, and then we realized the averaging is not working because the department was not happy about the price that the result from the averaging. They said the price is still high, and then we as I said, we called the department several times. But then we said then they need to be able to assist us with, because the previous tender that we checked is different from this, where we can say we can look at how you did it and then benchmark on the previous price. They said they couldn't implement some of the price because we're high in the previous tender and it was not implementable. So, but because from where we are as the BAC committee, we didn't have market analysis, and then even them. They just have some prices that they see that this is abnormal, but normally we pay between this and this, but not for all the items that are included on the BAQ. And then it means we don't even have that at that point. We didn't have full, ranges of prices that we might say it might be included. Then eventually, because they were also talking about the other colleagues that were not even there, that no other parts of the tender would we engage in. And then eventually our resolution, with which we agreed with them, was that we will recommend this tender for price negotiation, but it will be done mostly in the department, so that because they have got the technical know-how in terms of which range they will go. That's the path we took, but it was going to be, I think, we work properly if the market analysis was done. But still, even if it's the market analysis, I think we still need the team to do that, of which our feeling as the committee was that the department, they know, because on our averaging, when we are starting to show them the averaging, they said, no, those prices, they are not even close to what we're supposed to pay. For example, cutting the grass per square meter in the cemetery. When we're doing our market analysis, I think it was giving us something like 9 rands or something like that. They were saying, no, it can't be like that. It need to be, is it 2 rand or 2? Yeah, 2 rand or 25 cents, I forgot. So we realized that no, this amount that has been quoted here are not giving us the acceptable amount. So which means averaging won't work. And then we did away with the averaging, then we put it aside. Then we came up with, say, okay, that means because when you do price negotiation, you have got maybe the leverage to say that the city can pay this, whether everybody is higher, but the amount that is offered to them, because the department is going to know. Let's say they are saying no one is charged 3 rand, they're all charged from 5 rand. They say we're offering you 3 rand. You accept of newly, because they know how much, because they even did sort of calculation. If you are saying that and then you are doing this cemetery that has got 100 square meters and we are paying that is going to be, and we don't even have budget, we can't even cover that. They can't even do few more cemeteries. So we know the range is supposed to be between this and this. So then it means some of them, their prices, all of prices are higher than that. So it means, they will go and draft the base and come with the base of price market analysis and negotiate with the suppliers that are recommended. And then when it's done, then it will be submitted again to BAC for approval if the BAC agree with the recommendation from the BAC. That's that's the standard the BEC took on this tender. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Malaka, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think from my side, there's 2 questions. One, it's more around, Ines, can you maybe just clarify whether this tender was qualified? Because I see at the top pages, you are trying to delimitate the EMEs and the QSEs. And my concern again, when you take it down to when you take it down, it's just that there's too many pages here. When you take it down to illustrate, I didn't get a link between what you have identified as QSEs and EMEs from your initial analysis at the top. And number 2, maybe just a clarification to that one. I hear you talking about the negotiations, and I think that is a very crucial stage of this tender, precisely because the way it is, you can see some other rates are actually way outside the range. I mean, for example, planting of a small tree, I'll give you an example of item 1.7.1 on your pricing schedule. I mean, planting of a tree, 1 tree, small one at 67 Rand. The others are at 150, the others are at 200. So I guess what is important here is to take it back to the departments, including colleagues from supply, including colleagues from the BAC, to engage extensively on the price offering. I think the department must just decide what price would it be for a specific line item and average it across, or determine that cost across all service providers, and we become the price offerer. And whoever service provider is willing to take must take the price, and the one who's not willing, I think, must just indicate so that it's dropped off the list. I think that would be my suggestion, Chair, for now. Thanks.
Gerald, I see your hand is still up.
Thanks, Chair. I think Malaka covered some of the points in terms of demonstrating some of the discrepancies that are here. I mean, that could be problematic. I just wanted to make a follow-up, because Enos makes a point that the department was quite an important stakeholder in determining or making suggestions and proposals on pricing. But in his submission, because I want to understand what is the source of the departmental proposals, because they are obviously undermining the previous tender by merely saying that the prices were not market related, they were not based on what they understand, as relevant prices that could be offered for some of these items. What was the basis within which the department came and made suggestion going forward? Was it just a rule of thumb, or was it based on a specific source document other than the previous tender that was utilized in this respect? I just wanted to make that follow-up, Chair, so that we understand. But largely, Member Malaka covered me on some of the demonstrative discrepancies that we need to really attend to going forward, Chair. Thank you very much.
Ines, will you just maybe respond to those?
Okay, maybe to start with the first question from Mr. Malaka is that in terms of the tender is qualified for PSC and EME, but remember we checked those things from the CST. So that's why we captured that list to say this company is a QAC or EME. If you find there was a gen company, we're going to say this one is disqualified, but we find them to be QAC and EME. So that's why we listed that that there to show that on the CST, they were qualified, and all these companies qualified to be a QAC or EME. And then in terms of the second point, I think it was just I don't know whether I can put it as one of the recommended option or advice to say it can be taken back to, but I think let me respond this in conjunction with the second member was saying, to say in terms of the source. Actually, what happened is that initially in the committee, we had the regional director, regional director, or whatever, I don't know, some of us forgot the title. So based on that, when we were the way she understood, that's when we end up doing the issue of the average, and we realized that doesn't work, and she was also not happy with the price. Obviously, they went back from the history on the tenders that they've been using. They took different figures. I remember she just first said we can't pay more than 3 rand. And then on some point, then we decided that let's get the people that are directly every day implementing this from the department. She gave us the list of the people, then we invited them. So those people, they came with some notes that they did, and also with the whatever the researchers from different sources that they were using, including previous contractors. Although from our side, because it was a discussion, and we end up not having like the basis of the prices. We didn't say this from this source, because they didn't have everything for all the items. If you check this PAQ, is very long. So some of them that they were only referring to specific setting that they are not agreeing with. And then from that point, it was clear to us to say this needs sort of a base point, a base amount for each item line. And that we decided it could be done during the negotiation. That's why I kept on emphasizing the department, because they are the one who knows where what to pass or which source. Then which means when they are there, they will come to the negotiation table with the basis. And then maybe what we can recommend that with the source for basis to the table when the negotiation is done. That's why we're not recommending this for appointment, we're recommending the tender for the price negotiation, if BAC agree. So that when they come with the list of the basis and with the sources on the negotiation table with the team, then it worked from with that list of basis, and then we deal with each what do you call each item on the POQ, looking at the basis, if the basis, the team of the negotiation will be agreeing with the basis. So, and in other words, what we are trying to propose is that it need a separate team appointed, officially appointed, to do that basis of the price negotiation. Is the same as a market price analysis. So, but you draft a list, because that team will be authorized to do that. But it must be, we recommend that we need to include more of the department, because they have got technical know-how, they know the service, and also the budget that they need to spend on the item. That's our take. If then from there, that thing will be utilized against the prices that are here, and the further report will be, we include in the price negotiation, then will be included from BAC. Then BAC will start to question based on that to see that that is done. To us, it's the same as market analysis, but it's just that it's done on the negotiation side, because remember from the committee, normally you can do up so far in terms of the mandates. Thank you.
Justice.
Thank you, Chair. I think colleagues have covered some of the issues, and I'm happy with what has been said so far. I think we can avoid price negotiations for this tender, looking at the differences. And I think what says around price negotiations, the approach. I think for the purpose of this committee, I think we should just agree it should be done. Request the accounting officer to approve price negotiations, and the committee should then go and deal with the methodology of how they going to approach price negotiations. I mean, they could average prices, they could look at history, and then come to prices that are determined to be acceptable. And I agree with Member Malaka that the city should, in this case, rather be a price offerer than just receiving what is coming out of even the averages. Where we see that the averages are not giving us what is reasonable, we should be able to say, for this price, this is how much we are willing to pay, and take it or leave it, and we move on. But what I wanted to talk to Chair, firstly, the second issue was the issue of QSC EMEs. I wanted to just confirm with the BEC chairperson that they have indeed verified that, because we have seen cases before where bidders misrepresent. They would go and do affidavits at the police station vis-a-vis what their own documentation says. I mean, a bidder would be wanting to claim that they are a QSE. And when you look at their annual turnover in terms of the financials in the packages, they would even be at 1 billion. We have seen those kind of cases before. Just to get assurance that they had verified, especially the recommended bidders, in the 9010 at this stage. So if they can we can just get that assurance, I'll be happy. And the next question, it's in relation to the allocation framework. If you look at the recommendation around regions, I'm picking up a bit of a concern in that, firstly, there's a 90-10 done per region, where you have the lowest or highest scoring service provider in terms of the points, and then to the lowest. But when I look at the recommendations per region, we seem to be moving away from the 90-10 table. In that we're not recommending the first 3 or first 4 or first 7 service providers. It seems to me there's an effort to distribute service providers that are in the 90-10 across the different regions in disregard to the 90-10 table for per region. Because if you are saying the tender is to be evaluated per region, you would say in region 4, this is the 90-10 table, and then you would then consider their points in allocating. I'm just not sure there's alignment between the recommendation and the 90-10 table. Maybe the BEC chair can assist, just so that we are able to follow how that was approached. Because I was trying to refer in the spec if there's any expression in terms of how this should be done. I couldn't pick up anything. Over to you, Chair.
Ines, you can respond to those.
Before he responds, Chair, I think while on that point, that's one of the critical points that I want to raise as well. Because if you look at bidder number 254, we do Menobatu, and if you look at the 90-10 scoring, he's a little bit way below some of the others that comes before him, before the company. So I think what Justice is raising is to say that it is very, very important to consider value for money based on the 90-10 scoring, because obviously by actual fact, you should start with the highest scorer first in terms of allocation, and you progressively move below. That's why then the issue of the price becomes a problem, because it seems as if the BAC have just picked all over without considering that principle, of which that principle for value for money is very crucial, especially at the stage that we find ourselves in. So I guess it will be critical just to also relook at that part, because it's very significant, especially coming to the price. The second point, Chair, maybe if I must just take this opportunity before the BEC Chair responds. It's more around the fact that I'm also volunteering my team from PACS to also assist you guys with the price negotiations, because we had been running this specific services in the department, and there are still guys with historical knowledge and the current knowledge on how the pricing range of this line items on your pricing schedule stands. So I guess I'm just volunteering my guys from PACS to also assist you to the negotiating team on this matter. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks. Mouthful. Can we get Ines then to respond?
Sorry, Chair. I think also one last observation. I think Justice raised it as well. But I think what is important, the reason why I initially asked about the QSE and the EME, I hope that as part of the annexures, the confirmation of QSEs and EMEs are also attached as annexures. Just to underscore and cover the point that Justice has raised previously, because there had been false claims many a times than one. So I guess to cover that space correctly, I guess from the CSD, all the printouts will be attached as annexures to qualify the claim and to also qualify what BEC has already confirmed as qualifying bidders. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Ines, can you also check the, I don't know if it's to do with the numbering, I think you're recommending 29 bidders. However, if you go to the prices of the acceptable bidder, I think it's on page, starting from page 1067. There's more than 29 bidders there. Maybe just check the verify the counting there. Okay, over to you. I hope you've made notes of all the questions. Colleagues, Ines, okay?
Question, not Chavis.
Sorry, Chairperson. I muted myself. I'm busy talking. And I thought you were hearing me. Okay, I missed the page that you just, the Chairperson just indicated. You said it's page 1007.
Page 106. 1066. Starting from there, yeah. It says 29 bidders, but when you count those bidders, it's more than 29.
Okay. No, I will check the number. I think it's supposed to 29. It's supposed to. Okay, I will check the number, Chairperson, when I come to that. Maybe let me start with the question that Member Justice asked regarding the QSE and EME. No matter what we do, we check on those affidavits and the CST. That's the things that we normally check. In terms of the on the CSG, they do indicate in terms of their record. But as the member said, I don't remember us checking the financials in terms to confirm whether those amount that are on the financials tallies with that. What we checked is the affidavit and the CST. So that's what we checked as a committee. We didn't check the statement, but we check with the recommended whatever that is on the CST and whatever that is on the, because we thought CST maybe updates automatically whenever the money comes into account, because you have got the bank is linked with the CST. So I don't know, maybe you can advise on that. If what we did is not what we're supposed to be doing. I think the second point you talked about, maybe I'm missing, it's a lot of questions. Okay, the issue of the allocations. In terms of the whether we followed the regions and the actually I just need to check the clause. I thought it was going to be captured on the report. It's not captured on the report. Maybe to confirm that so that I can also fly it for the committee, for the comfort of the committee. I will request time. Maybe I will come after another person to just verify in terms of the spec, because it's not captured on the report what I wanted to say. So that you can show this is how the requirement, how the tender should be awarded, and the way the spec was advertised. I don't know if I can get maybe 10 to 15 minutes, Chairperson, to deal with that question from Justice. And then also to confirm the list from the Chairperson. Chairperson?
It looks like Chairperson is answering the call of nature. Justice may take over in the meantime.
Okay.
Oh no, sorry about that. I did not check on the other platform. I think we have no choice, colleagues. Maybe we should allow the BEC Chairperson just to verify, because allocation is a critical function in the evaluation of the bid. It's important that we get confirmation that what is being recommended is in line with the advertised specification. So maybe let's pause the report, and the BEC Chairperson will confirm once he is ready to take us forward for finalization of the report. In agreement, members?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Justice, as I said, I'm struggling to open documents. My computer is playing games with me. Oh, that's why my participation is very limited.
Great, Chair.
Okay, I think let's for now step off the report. Allow the BEC chairperson to just go verify those elements. And then he can come back and then we can then determine how we move forward. Whether we recommend it for price negotiations or we refer it back to them to clarify whatever issues. But we'll take guidance from the BEC chairperson when he comes back.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, BEC Chair, you granted the time to go reconfirm and come back.
Thank you, Chair.
I'm not sure if the chair is back in the meeting. Secretariat, maybe let's move to the next item.
The next item is item 2.2, rotating 2022-23, tender for appointment of service providers to perform and locate medium voltage cable poles in the city of Tshwane, area of supply for a 3-year period on an as and when required basis.
I see it's a further report. BEC chairperson. Dr. Mpofu, are you in the meeting? Mr. Mpofu?
I think, Deputy Chair, we can move to the next department if they are not available.
Yeah, it seems he's not responding. Okay, Chair, over to you.
Where are we going now?
The next item is item 3 from the Office of the Speaker, 3.1, OS 01-2022-23 cancellation, tender for the appointment of a panel of service providers to provide refreshments catering at the event of the city of Tshwane as and when required for a period of 3 years.
Who's presenting this one?
Seni Nene.
Wangiseni, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just before I proceed, Mr. Mpofu is in another meeting, but he said he will join once he's done with that meeting. I'll be presenting OS01. Just before I present, I would like to declare my interest. Do not have any interest on any of the matters that will be discussed today, and I'll abide by the committee and supply chain rules and regulations. With your permission, Chair, if you go to page 1 of the report, the department is Office of the Speaker, Division Office of the Speaker. The bid reference number is OS 01-2022-2023. It's a cancellation report for the tender for the appointment of a panel of service providers to provide refreshment catering at the events of the city of Tshwane as and when required for a period of 3 years. The contract duration is for 3 years. And if you go to the second page of the report, the bid specification was approved on the 1st of August 2022. Bid was advertised on the 11th of November 2022. The briefing session was on the 11th December 2022. The bid closed on the 12th of December 2022. The responsible official from the department is Kayla Sihlangu, and the responsible official from SCM was Jimmy Kumalo. For this particular bid, we received 36 bids at closing. The bid was valid for 90 days. It expired on the 12/03/2023, but it was extended and now it's going to expire on the 28/04/2023. If you go to page 7 of the report on the scope of work just indicates the stages of evaluation. This tender was supposed to be evaluated in 4 stages. Stage 1 was administrative compliance, stage 2 mandatory, stage 3 functionality. The last stage was supposed to be site inspection or site visit. You go to page 8 of the report. It just gives us a breakdown with the list of the bidders that submitted on time. And I have indicated that we received 50 bid documents for this particular tender. If you go to page 10 of the report, under pre-compliance, we checked the tax compliance, if the supplier is a restricted supplier, if they're employees of the state, if they were registered on CSD, and as indicated above that there was a compulsory briefing session. And under this stage, you can see that 3 bidders did not attend the compulsory briefing session. Therefore, those 3 bidders were disqualified under pre-administrative compliance, which is bidder number 28, bidder number 29, and bidder 40. Then moving on to the next stage, which is stage 1, which is administrative compliance. We checked MPD4, MPD8, and MPD9. And at this stage, if you go to page 14 of the report, it just indicates that 19 bidders were disqualified under mandatory compliance as they did not meet the requirements, and the reasons are indicated on the table for the 19 bidders that were disqualified under this stage. Therefore, we moved on to the second stage with 28 bidders. The next stage was functionality. And under functionality, the requirements were that the bidders had to submit a certificate of compliance for the premises. They had to submit a certificate of compliance for delivery vehicle that would be utilized for the tender. That requirement was a food safety standard of operation, policy and procedures. Fourth requirement was they needed to submit a certificate of acceptability from Environmental Health Department. The 5th requirement was a public liability of 5 million. 6th requirement was a diploma in food processing or related field. And then the last requirement, they had to submit a methodology covering the following: a detailed food preparation, handling, and storage. And this particular stage, if you just go down to page 16 of the report, 27 bidders were disqualified because they did not comply with the required mandatory requirements. And therefore, we were only left with 1 bidder, which is bidder number 47, who complied under mandatory requirement. Therefore, Chair, we had to move to the next stage, which is site visit or site inspection. But unfortunately, we could not move forward because the tender, it was specific that it was to appoint a panel of service providers. And therefore, one service provider was not going to make or meet the tender's requirements of the panel. Therefore, we could not continue to evaluate this tender further. Therefore, we are requesting SPEC for reconciliation because there were no acceptable tender documents received for this particular tender to meet the requirements of the panel, which was required by the department. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
Questions, colleagues?
Chair, firstly, a comment on page 16, BAC Chair, on top of your mandatory evaluation table, you put item 4, the functionality criteria. Please, let's just correct that for the record.
Okay.
Yeah, Chair, I think the tender did require appointment of a panel. A panel of service providers. So once you have one service provider remaining standing, it obviously changes the requirements of the panel to a single appointment now. And I think that's where the BEC is standing to say that they may not, well, continuing to evaluate this one bidder won't satisfy the requirements of the panel. I think the question that comes next is it then fair to cancel the tender while this bidder is still compliant at this stage? At a logical interpretation, one would possibly agree with the BEC, but whether it's legally sound or not, I'm not sure. Chair, but yes, logically, I am tempted to agree with the BEC chair. I'm just not sure if Member Mutseo would want to comment on this. But from the purposes of the establishment of a panel, because panels are established so that going forward, when you want services in different areas, you are then able to call a few forward source code quotations, and then you can then provide the services. So I think if we can just deal with reconfirm that there won't be elements of acting unfairly on this bidder, I would then recommend that we can then proceed cancelling the tender. Chair.
Can we, Esau Malaka also got his hand up.
Yeah, Chair, I think Justice covered mostly what I wanted to say, but maybe let me just take it a step further and say the reason that we are advancing in terms of cancellation is mostly around there were no acceptable tenders received, right? But in proper interpretation, there is an acceptable tender that we received. The only unfortunate part is to say there is no multiple of them to form a panel. Then the question arises is precisely what Justice has said. If this tenderer, of which we are claiming 0.3 of the reasons of non-acceptable tender or no acceptable tender, and take it forward and say, I am an acceptable tender, do we as a city will have the position to stand on legally? Because yes, logic, it might say it's not multiple of them, but remember, cancellation should fall within there. So we're trying to force this cancellation into reason 3. And I highly doubt that we did not receive the non-acceptable tender. There's one tender that is acceptable. So the question that remains is, are we protected legally to advance this reason for cancellation? Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because it says panel. The purpose was to appoint a panel. But let's hear what maybe Minky can advise.
But Chair, it's going to, yes, so just to interject. If the intention was to appoint a panel, one cannot be a panel. That's the latest English understanding I have, unless convinced otherwise.
There's an issue of a okay, under the purpose, it says this specification serves to initiate a process of sourcing and appointing a panel of professional service providers. A panel of service providers. Then the issue then becomes the reasons that we are cancelling. No acceptable tenders are received. And Malaka says, but there was an acceptable tender, but it's not a panel. Okay, Mingi, come in.
Chair, I think it is the city's responsibility to decide what they do. Unfortunately, we cannot say there has not been an acceptable tender, whereas there's one a service provider who qualified in this regard. I'm not sure, maybe it's the way the spec. Why did we find other service providers having not been able to comply with whatever specification that was prepared by the city? Maybe it's something that we can talk about and decide from there. Other than that, where we are sitting, we are saying a panel, but however, we cannot disqualify the whole process because others did not qualify, but this one particular service provider met the requirement. So we cannot really say it's there's no response from this particular service, whereas there's one service provider who does qualify.
Check. My hand is up. Chairperson? Chairperson, can you hear me?
Yes, a member.
No.
Follow up, Kwena and then Ava.
Yeah, it's a follow up. My understanding here, that's why I say maybe I need to be corrected here. In this context, the tender is defined as a panel. And we are not finding a panel, but we're finding a service provider. So I find the reason to be more reasonable and acceptable that we did not find an acceptable tender. Because in this case, the intention has always been to award a tender in the form of a panel, not a tender to a single service provider. And hence, I'm saying my reading of the reasoning for cancellation seemed to be reasonable and acceptable to me, the way I interpret it. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe can I come in? I think based on what Kwena is saying, we must be very careful of what takes precedence. Is it the policy or is it the statement that is within the tender? Let's say within the specification, let me put it that way. What takes precedence? In the space that I'm sitting in, the policy should take precedence because clause 11 of the supply chain policy is very clear. No acceptable tenders were received. But in interpretation, in a procedural interpretation of the policy of what had happened based on the process, there is an acceptable tender. So unless I don't know if the definition in terms of clause 1 that says due to circumstances, the circumstances have changed based on the fact that maybe we were requiring to have a panel, but unfortunately we don't have a panel. But no acceptable tender, it's not correct. I strongly feel that policy takes precedence than any other statement found within the specification. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I don't think you had your hand up.
Okay.
Or when you want to, okay, let's allow that this cluster meeting to
Not a cluster
ventilate.
discussion, man. No. Look, I think, I agree with Malaga in terms of the policy. And the subsequent step we need to take is go into the policy to find out what a tender is defined as. Okay? If a tender is defined as does not necessarily include panel in it, then that's a different thing. Or does the word tender exclusively talk to having a service provider or multiple service providers? Because if it says both, meaning a service provider and multiple service providers, or and/or, then we are safe. Either way we go. But if it says, even if you have one, even if your intention was to provide for the panel, then it means Malaga would be correct to say we have an acceptable tender, But I want us to rather go to the policy. Let's check the definition of what a tender is. If the policy is not clear, then it means the next a credible document to define the tender would be the relevant MFMA regulations related to supply chain management, because that's where our answer lies. So that we don't now, as Malaka indicated, rely on the specifications. The policy and the related regulations should define what a tender is. As I said, from where I'm sitting, I would think a tender could be the one where you want to award to one service provider or multiple, in which case it's a panel. And in this case, the intention was for a panel. Therefore, if the definition in the policy and the act agrees, then we don't have an acceptable tender. Thanks, Chair. That's my submission.
Maybe we're going to give Justice a minute let's go to that policy to check what is the definition of a tender in the policy. But anyway, let's also give Sibongisile to share some light on this matter.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I totally agree with Gwena on this one. Because if you look, there are 4 reasons that you can give. It's due to the change of circumstances, there is no longer a need for the goods and services. And this is not the case in this particular one. The second reason will be funds are no longer available. Funds are still there. Then the 4th reason is there is a material irregularity on the tender, which is again not the reason. So the only reason it's no acceptable tenders were received because the tender was intended to be a panel. So if there is one person, then there are no acceptable tenders received. Because we did also debate the matter at BEC, and we even called the DH, supply chain DH, because we felt the same way as the BAC currently. And then she suggested that the best way will be to write to this particular bidder and explain that the reason that we did not award is not because we did not meet the requirements, but the reason for cancellation was because we wanted to form we wanted to form a panel, and we could not form a panel because we were the only bidder that was meeting the requirements. So that they can be clear as well that they were not disqualified because they did not meet the requirements, but they did not meet the intention or what the tender was intending to achieve. That's the reason behind the cancellation.
Justice or Abel first.
Yeah, Chair, I do hear what Sibongisile is saying, but in actual fact, what we are trying to do, we are trying to squeeze in that definition 3 fits with what we want to do. I think the after process of writing to the bidder and say it doesn't necessarily mean that you did not qualify. But unfortunately, we are not moving on with this because we wanted to form a panel. It raises a lot of questions, precisely on the legal front, to say, is this tender dependent on others as part of multiplicity? And if that it is, if it re-advertised again, because I'm qualifying currently, would I still emerge in the next one with the same conditions if it's re-advertised exactly as it is? So it means my bet is highly dependent on others. So there's a whole lot of issues, I guess, in my mind that I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable, especially when you then have to say to that person, unfortunately, it doesn't mean that you did not qualify, you did, but we wanted a panel. I guess maybe legal might give us a good light and supply chain, but when you look at logic following policy, it's a bit uncomfortable. Thanks.
Minky?
Okay, I fully agree with Ntate Malaka. Look, colleagues, the fact that it is a panel does not mean that these people apply as a bulk. They apply individually to form a panel. And in this regard, this particular service provider managed to fit the criteria. And the reason that we are stating, honestly, I do not think it fits within the disqualifications or whatever that we may call it for them not to be appointed for this particular service. We need to discuss further, colleagues, but where I'm sitting, that's not the correct process.
Chair.
Go ahead, colleagues. I'm trying to read the report also.
Colleagues, I think, based on what colleagues have been saying, I still insist that we go get the definition, because that's where our answer lies. Because as it stands now, this is a peculiar situation that we probably have not met before. And there's this argument about whether one service constitutes a panel, which was the intention of this tender, or not. And therefore, if we do not appoint them, we are somehow legally disadvantaging them. The facts are clear that if the tender was a panel, appointing one person is not going to be a panel. We are therefore still not compliant then to the spec if we were to go ahead and appoint this person. And on the question of whether or not this company would qualify next round, if the specs have not changed, they would technically still qualify, unless they themselves have changed in one way or the other in their submission or in their a bigger legal issue. The bigger legal issue here is, what are we going to call this now? A panel or a single service provider tender? And against which spec are we then appointing? So hence, colleagues, let's rather just go get the definition from those two documents, whether they would support our any of the arguments that we have raised. And if none, then it means it's a new space that we need to explore, and let's get further legal advice, including the advice of National Treasury, if it's so warranted, to say this is a peculiar situation we find ourselves, rather than moving ahead without getting those two things. One, the definition from both documents, and if the two doesn't answer our question, then let's source advice from National Treasury. Thanks.
I think I'm persuaded by Minky and Mr. Malaka. I'm on the side of the Minky and Malaka, because panels are created, in my understanding, panels are created to say that as and when you require a particular service, you should be able to tap into a panel. You are not going to appoint 2 service providers at the same time. But the panel is convenient to say, if I require a particular service, I should be able to tap into that service. So, for example, the National Treasury has set up different panels that municipalities can tap into those panels. You don't necessarily have to appoint all of them. So I am more persuaded to say that the gist of the panel is, in fact, to be able to, at any point in time, get the service
from as many people, not necessarily one. Because in this case, you can't rotate anything. It's one person. Sorry, it's one company.
There's no way the term specification is talking about rotation. But let's hear Justice.
I'm
sorry. Justice.
I think just in terms of anecdotal history, and I think member Nkoko, we have met this situation before. We have cancelled these tenders if they did not. I'm not in a position to tell you how many, but I'm aware that we have previously cancelled it, where one service provider remained standing for the reasons that one bidder may not necessarily make a panel. However, or maybe in addition, there is a counter argument to what Malaka and Mutseo members are saying, because if you recall, you may not change the specification of a tender in process. That is, you can only award a tender in line with an advertised specification. So if a specification said you wanted a panel of service providers, you wanted to appoint multiple service providers, and that decision was based on a prior assessment as required by the SCM regulation, which says make assessment of your service, determine how you want it sourced, and then advertise a specification to award that service. You advertise the service, people respond, and then you evaluate. So in this case, the service spec said we need a panel in line with your determinations. You evaluate, only one is standing. Now that technically changes the spec of the tender that has been advertised, in that you are no more in a position to appoint a panel. You are now going to be appointing something else, a specific service provider, to provide a service that you have predetermined that not one service provider can satisfy. You need a multiple of them to satisfy. So there is that conundrum there as well that you're facing if you decide to go the other way. So I've just looked at the policy. There's no definition of a tender or panel in the policy. And I've just gone to the regulation. There's no definition like that as well. So I must say that personally, I feel that we have grounds to cancel. I think as an extra courtesy, we can do what the BEC chair is suggesting. Because one may argue that we owe the service provider that remains standing a courtesy to advise, as maybe the DH may have advised the BEC as referred to earlier on, to the fact that they were standing, however, their only appointment would not have satisfied the requirements of that specification as advertised. So unfortunately, the preferential triple PFA provides very restrictive reasons under which you can cancel a tender, and which is what the BEC was trying to comply with here. Because it is only under these 4 circumstances that a tender can be cancelled. And yes, the advertised spec said we need to appoint a panel of service providers, which is multiple service providers, not one. And therefore, the argument that there are no acceptable tenderers, it's correct. Because a panel can only be formed by more than one, not one. So that argument, it's correct, colleagues. We like it or not. If it was a no acceptable tenderer received, this wording here, it's as per the regulation. So I would say that in line with the BEC and what Member Mukoko has been trying to present and argue, let's go ahead and cancel, but maybe as courtesy, let's accordingly advise bidder 47. And then go further to say that the tender be re-advertised within 14 days, or the panel be re-advertised within 14 days, so that then bidders have an opportunity to reapply, including the one who was remaining standing. And that way, I think we would have then satisfied the requirements of the specification and balanced whatever eventualities that may follow thereafter. My contribution, Chair.
Malaka and
You can unmute
no,
yourself.
Gerald first.
All right, thanks, Chair. I think what Justice have said, he has covered a mouthful, because remember, everything that we do at this level, we shouldn't create precedents that are going to come back and bite us. So there's a historical practice that has been applied by supply chain management practitioners in this respect. So we should differentiate law and supply chain management practice. So if there's someone who wants to contest a specific decision in terms of law, then they can take us to task in that respect, but we cannot conflate the two and want to bring it here as part of our discussions going forward. So my simple submission is that there's been a practice in the institution that a panel consists of more than one service provider. So if there's no panel, if there's no more than one service provider, the practice is that we cancel. And we can't deviate from that if that's how it has been done as practice in the institution. That's one. Secondly, where I get a bit worried, Member Justice raised the issue of courtesy. Don't create something that will come back and bite you. If this thing was not done before with other service providers, why specifically do you want to do it with this current service provider? So if it's not a practice in the institution, we stick by what we know that we would be able, if it's raised in law, we'll be able to defend it going forward to our colleagues. So I don't see any quagmires in this respect, because a similar situation transpired before and it was managed in line with the practice by practitioners in the supply chain management environment and space. And therefore, I want to suggest and rather support what Member Justice has said, that we cancel the tender appropriately, Chairperson. Thank you very kind.
Can I just come in?
Please, Malaka.
I guess it's important to note that I think even when you were at MCAM on Monday, the DA supply chain confirmed that the practices within supply chain evolves over a period of time. And currently, if I can say, the practice that we have been doing all these years, was it confirmed whether we are right or wrong? I guess not. So the most probable way to actually circumvent this, because obviously there's difference in interpretation precisely within this BAC on how to proceed with this matter. My view is let's do this simple as a way forward. Let's maybe refer this matter for clarity from the Chief Procurement Officer at National Treasury for guidance and clarity. Then once that is done, I think it can take a week or so, Chair. And once that is done, then we can have a position to decide on this matter. But the reasons that have been advanced, they are as rigid as they are. And when you interpret them, what we are trying to do, it doesn't fall within any of the reasons, because that's what a reliance of cancellation comes from. I think that's my submission for now, Chair.
So are we going to get how do we conclude this one? Do we get legal to review, to give us a confirmation of that interpretation?
Well, yeah, it's for the first time where as members, we've got a different perspective on the matter before us. It makes it a bit difficult going forward. I just want to perhaps underscore the point that we got an advice from supply chain practitioners on what has transpired before. And this was never an issue. I just want to understand, why is it suddenly an issue with this matter that is before us? Maybe if I can be taken to task. I know that we've got different perspective on how we really make comments on specific reports. But in the main, they are guided by practices and policy issues that are stipulated within our supply chain management environment. So I take it that we've been advised by Justice in this respect, who is in the supply chain management environment, and he makes a point that we had similar cases that were brought before us, and they were never taken to the chief procurement officers. Assuming hypothetically, we take this one before the chief procurement officer, and then they give their view, which they've done before, contradicting our policy regime in the past, and they give a view that contradicts what we've done before. What will be the implication then from the city going forward on those issues that were dealt with based on the practice that was applied in the supply chain management? So we must be able to measure the risk that we might be confronted with should we just, willy-nilly take issues to, because we have done that before. If you can note, Member Malaka referred issues to the National Treasury or the Chief Procurement Officer, which came with a different perspective than that what we understand to be contained in our policy documents in the city. So I'm saying let's measure the risk in this respect. I don't see a difficulty in this area. I'm saying there's been a practice, and then why do you want to deviate from the practice given this current issue, Chair? So that's my submission, Chair, once more. Thanks.
Just a follow-up.
I don't want to rely on practices. There's lots of practices that are not right. I'm not relying on practices.
And such practices has not been documented anywhere else. And what I say, Chair, is to say that even if we add previously, it's a good time to correct going forward. And we can't continue erring perpetually. That's where the biggest risk comes from. I mean, acceptance of erring and accepting that you're doing the right thing going forward. I mean, the lesser risk is it's accepting. I think that's my view. Thanks.
But there was a situation that there was a tender that was meant, I can't remember, something to do with allocation to each region, something like that. And we could not get 7 service providers, something like that. Does it mean that, let me just make an example. Does it mean then that we will then cancel a tender because we had said that we wanted 7 service providers to be allocated, each region must be allocated a service provider, and therefore if there were only 5 that qualified, then it means that we have to then cancel the whole tender because we could not get all 7. Maybe Justice can also maybe clarify that, because I remember there was something, there was like a scenario like that at some point.
No, I think scenarios would differ because, and then again, it has to do with the different terminologies, because here you're dealing with two fundamental principles: the difference of a tender and a panel. You will have a tender, a framework tender, for example, where you are appointing a minimum of 3 service providers. Say maybe you want to align them to different regions or categories, and you may only find that you are finding suitable service providers in 2 categories and maybe not 1. Then you award for the 2 categories. You re-advertise the 1 category where there's no responsive bidder, and that's a specific tender. In this case, you're dealing with a panel where you said upfront, I'm establishing a panel. And then our interpretation of the panel, of course, is that multiple service providers have to assist you to be in a panel, because you are saying appointing 1 service provider. The reason you even went on a panel is because you said in terms of your own determinations, having 1 service provider will not satisfy the requirements of this service in the city. You then said, I need a panel that will assist me to be able to provide these services on an ongoing basis for 3 years. Now you're sitting with a situation where there's only 1 service provider. I think the critical question becomes, say you appointed this 1 service provider. Will this service provider then become your primary service provider for these services for 3 years? The question that may come next, would they be able to meet the capacity requirements that are required, and so on and so on, and it relates to the assessments that were made before the tender was even taken to bid specification for determination. So I do hear what Member Malaka is saying, and I think it's a good thing to get counsel from time to time. But my own understanding of this service is that the city would have, even before advertising this tender, determined that a single service provider is not ideal for this service. We do need a panel of service providers to assist with the provision of this service. Where you are now, you have 1 standing. I do respect the fact that legally they may be entitled because they have complied with everything else. I do appreciate that, but the intention of the city was not to appoint 1 service provider. The intention was to appoint a panel which includes several service providers, and that on its own changes the spec of this tender as advertised. Something that the regulation, the constitution discourages. And that's why the BEC would then come with a recommendation like this. But yeah, maybe we don't lose anything. I mean, to go and get guidance and hear what an opinion says, so that going forward, we are also able to just align our views in terms of and establish the practice maybe that we can defend going forward. But yeah, previously it was cancelled. Similar cases were cancelled, and where I don't remember a record. I mean, I'm here for a few years. I don't remember a situation where it was challenged. But we don't lose anything to get guidance, Chairperson. We can only be empowered. Thanks.
Colleagues, let's just refer the report back to get legal opinion on this matter. Legal comments on this matter, specifically on the panel recommendation and the reason for the cancellation. As amended.
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
Can we move to the next one?
The next one is 3.2 OS 02/2022-23 cancellation. Tender for the appointment of a panel of professional service providers to render public participation services and other community consultative services for the city of Tshwane as and when required for a period of 3 years.
Bongiseni, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. The department for this tender is Office of the Speaker. Division, it's Office of the Speaker. The bid reference number already alluded, it's OS 02/2022-2023. Description, it's the tender for, it's a tender for the appointment of a panel of professional service provider to render public participation services and other community consultative services for the city of Tshwane as and when required for a period of 3 years. And this is a cancellation report. The specification was approved on the 1st of August 2022. Bid was advertised on the 11th of November 2022. Briefing session was on the 1st of December 2022. The bid closed on the 12th of December 2022. Responsible official from the department, it's Kayla Sishangu, and acquisition official was Dimakato Naiman. And we received 86 bid documents for this particular tender. The tender is still valid. It has been extended to the 28th of April 2023. If you go to the scope of work, page 7, that's where the stages of evaluations were just highlighted. This tender was evaluated in 3 stages, which is administrative compliance, mandatory, and functionality. If you go to page 9 of the report. Yes, page 9 of the report, it just shows the 36 bids that we received for this particular tender with the bidders' names. And if you go to page 11 of the report, we did the pre-compliance where we checked the tax compliance status, if they are restricted suppliers, employees of the state, and their CSD, if they are registered on CSD, and if they attended the compulsory briefing session. If you go to page 12 of the report, you will see that 3 bidders did not attend the compulsory briefing session, which was bid 7, 12, and 25. Therefore, they were disqualified under pre-administrative compliance. If you move, then we move to the first phase of the first stage of evaluation, which was administrative compliance. We were checking MPT1, MPT4, MPT8, and MPT9. And Chair, if you move to page 14 of the report, 17 bidders were disqualified, and the reasons for their disqualification is indicated on the table on the report. And on the next page, we just indicated that 16 bidders were then evaluated further, and we indicated the name of those 16 bidders that were evaluated under mandatory. Under mandatory, the specification was requiring that bidders must submit a public liability. And then the second requirement, they needed to have a methodology submitted, and the methodology was divided into 3 subsections, which was the first section was it needed to include an approach and methodology. The second one, it needed to have references to the public participation and related projects implemented. And then the last requirement was it needed to have an organizational and staffing structure on that methodology. And Chair and members, we did the mandatory, and however, all the 16 bidders did not meet the requirements under mandatory. Therefore, we were not able to move to the next stage of evaluation, which was functionality, and therefore BEC is recommending that the tender be cancelled because there were no acceptable tenders received for this particular tender. Thank you, Chair and members.
Okay, thanks, Bongiseni. Questions, comments, members can go ahead.
Chair, I guess on this one, I am content. Thank you.
Okay, this is 3.2.
Yes, Chair.
I'm looking at the 3.2, the description of the tender. I'm looking at that, and then I'm looking at the recommendation of the bid evaluation committee, which says the bid evaluation committee at its meeting of resolved to cancel the tender as no panel of bidders to provide refreshments and catering. Is that a mistake?
Yes, Chair, it is a mistake. I think it was a copy and paste mistake from the previous tender that I just presented.
Justice.
Yeah, Chair, I think there is further errors. BEC Chair 4.1 as well. That top statement. You say in the 16 following bidders qualified for mandatory and will not be considered to the next stage. I suppose you meant the opposite of that.
Yes, I can see that the not is not supposed to be there. And my apology for that.
Yeah, so.
Yeah.
Should we reflect the report back so that you can correct it?
Yes, please, Chair.
Because I'm not so sure if other headings are correct. I see 3.2 says following bidders qualified for the next stage. Okay, perhaps maybe that one is correct, but maybe just to verify. Ne?
Yes, just to verify. No,
I
Chair.
think it will be much quicker than the other. It will be much quicker. We just want assurance that you verify the headings. All right, the report is then referred back. Unless we. Okay. All right, we've skipped a lot of whole lot of departments that were not present. So we're going to have to go back to the agenda or continue with the agenda. So if we continue with the agenda, we go to 4.1. If we go back to the agenda, then it means we have to go to the first item, which is water and sanitation. Sorry, Bongiseni, you want to say something?
Yes, Chair, I'm sorry. I know it's a decision of the committee, but can I just present item 4.1? Because I'm the one who's supposed to present it, and then you can go back to the first item or to the next item. But I'm just kindly requesting if I can just proceed with the last item, item 4.
Okay. That's fine with me. Colleagues, can we do that?
Agreed, Chair.
Item 4.1, Chairperson, it's from Economic Development, ED 02-2022-23, tender to appoint a service provider for the supply and delivery of printing paper for the Matrix printer to Tshwane Market as and when required for a period of 3 years.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, members, for allowing me to proceed. The department, it was responsible for this tender, it's Economic Development Division, it's Economic Development, it's BIDA EE 02-2022-2023. The description, it's tender to appoint a service provider for the supply delivery of printing paper for dot matrix printer to Tshwane Market as and when required for a period of 3 years. The bid specification was approved on the 5th of September 2022. It was advertised. Sorry, Chair, I just noted a mistake. Can I just go and verify when the bid was advertised and the specification was approved? Because it can't be that the specification was approved before. It was approved after it was advertised. I think there was an error in terms of years, but I'll just verify the information there. And then the briefing session was on the 10th of August 2022. Bid closed on the 1st of December 2022. Responsible person from the department was Sifiso Khoza. Acquisition official was Dimakatso Maiman. And there were 27 bids received for this particular bid, and the bid is still valid up until the 28th of April. If we go to the scope of work, page 7, it indicates the stages of evaluation. This tender was evaluated in 2 stages, which is administrative compliance and the preference point system. If we go to page 9 of the report, it indicates the 27 bids that were received on time. But you will see that the numbering is up to number 26, because there was an error when the documents were received at demand, where there were 2 bidders that were allocated or that were recorded as bidder 11. Therefore, we have 2 bidder 11, and we have indicated them in terms of evaluation as bidder 11A and bidder 11B. Under pre-compliance, we check the tax compliance, if they are restricted suppliers, employees of the state, and checked on CSD if they are compliant, and all bidders complied with the stage. And then we moved on to the first stage, which was administrative compliance. And administrative, we checked MPT1, MPT4, MPT8, and MPT9. And if you go to page 11 of the report, you will see that 20 bidders were disqualified, and the reasons for their disqualification are indicated on page 11 in the table in page 11. And then we were left with 7 bidders that were evaluated under price, which was bidder 2, 6, 8, 9, 15, 19, and bidder 22. The pricing was divided into 2 categories. Category A, which is the printing paper for the dot matrix printer, and category B, which is to supply and deliver the thermal rolls according to the scope of work. And you'll see the table in page 12 and 13, it just indicates the prices that were submitted by the bidders. And then still on page 13, we did the pricing, the preference point system. And for the printing paper for dot matrix printers, bidder number 2 scored 100%, which was the highest with the price of 1,572 exclusive of VAT. And then for category B, bidder number 19 scored 100 with a price of 32 Rand. And therefore, BEC is recommending that bidder number 2 be awarded for category A for the price of 917.70, excluding VAT, because there were 2 items under that particular item. And then the first item is to supply, deliver, offload of printing paper, 305 mm times 205 mm for dot matrix printing paper according to the scope of work. And then the second item we're recommending, which is the supply, delivery, and offloading of printing paper, 280 mm times 368 mm for heavy duty line printing according to the scope of work. We're recommending for a price of 890.83 cents, which is inclusive of VAT per box. And then for the second category, we are recommending bidder number 19 to be awarded category B, which is supply and delivery of thermal rolls according to the scope of work for a price of 36 Rand.80 cents, inclusive of VAT. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
Zibongiseni, did you consider the price difference? Did you BEC verify either with the department as to how much it's cost, considering the huge price differences that are there?
No, Chair, we did not consider the department.
Okay, questions, members? Colleagues, any comments, questions?
Chair, I'm actually covered. The report looks straightforward, especially because it's basically just admin and 90/10. I'm basically covered. I think the issue around the price, let's just hope and pray they will deliver at the submitted prices. Because anyway, even if we were not happy with them, we wouldn't have a way to remove them. So let's give them the opportunity to see if they will deliver, and then if not, then we can reconsider them. I recommend we approve the report.
Supported, Chair, just with the concern of the price variance that you've raised as well, Chair as well.
Okay,
No,
colleagues, can we?
Yeah, sorry, Chair. I was just going to say on a lighter note, I'm looking at the possibility of people who priced for things they don't understand. When you look at some of these entity names, it's worrying.
All right, colleagues, as recommended, can we approve?
Yes, Chair.
In the absence of any other questions. All right. Members, we're gonna go back to I see there's a hand. Ego.
That's right. Good afternoon, Chair. Actually, I've just indicated to yourself that I needed to. I have an engagement with the MMC at 2 o'clock, and I was requesting to present. Given the fact that the departments that were supposed to present in the morning were not there.
All right, so colleagues, we how many items? You've got only one item.
For now, the most urgent one is this one. The rest will follow. There are others that are on the agenda, but they will follow the process, the scheduling as it has been done by the Secretariat. There are others from IRPTN that are on the agenda.
Yeah, no, we're only dealing with we're not dealing with the new items. We're starting with the old items first.
Okay.
Yeah. So in terms of the time, we're going to present this item and then we will go for break, and then we'll come back at 2.
Mm-hmm.
Secretariat, can you read the item?
Item 6, Chairperson, 6.1, Contract RTD 01-2016-17, TIPC 40, panel appointment of a service provider for the upgrading of roads and stormwater system in Kalinin, 14-month period with effect from commencement date.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to reflect the report because we had previously had different versions of the same report. But as the Secretariat has indicated, is the request for extension of time for the service provider for the upgrading of roads and stormwater systems in Kalinin. Madam Chair, I just needed to indicate from the onset that there were a number of reasons that necessitated that we do this particular extension of time, and also the fact that this particular project is governed by the general condition of a contract, and in the submission of this particular extension, we are utilizing clause 5.12 of the general condition of the contract of 2015, which basically deal with the extension of time for practical completion, and to allow the contractor to claim extension of time for circumstances that are beyond the practical condition of the completion of the work, which basically takes the project beyond the due completion date. So in terms of that particular section, Chair, there are a number of things that necessitate the extension of time. One might be the amount and the nature of additional work, abnormal climate condition, and also issues which might result in any dispute beyond the contractor's control. But there's also issues relating to the delays attributed to the employer, and also the suspension of work as it happens. And these are all need to be adjudicated by the employer agent in terms of the responsibility that has been given to the agent. I also need to emphasize the importance that as part of the requirement of the contract, the principal agent basically in terms of the condition of need to apply his mind independently, and as the employer we really need to respect the decision that he has taken, given the fact that he actually or she takes the accountability and basically a liability for the project. So in this instance, Chair, I need to indicate the reasons in line with what I was raising. One being, this project was initially funded under internal funding, and you know the situation that the city experienced at the start of the 2021-22 financial year, resulting in that particular circular of 27 October 2021, which basically affected this project. This project basically at the time had not been paid for a period of about 3 months, and because of the situation, this project basically there was a determination that because of that, they need to vacate site, and they were formally informed by the suspension of works in January 2022, where basically the suspension of works was based on the fact that the department was going to make motivation for additional funding during the adjustment budget. What has transpired, Chair, is that during the adjustment budget, there were additional funding that we were able to receive, which was basically the USDG, and the contractor was given an instruction basically in the middle of March 2022 to go back on site, which he was able to do and started with the actual work. Chair, one of the reasons that we realized is that when the contractor went back on site, he came with a merit of issues, mainly the cash flow issues were also raised. There were issues around repair of the completed layout works, given the fact that the contractor was off-site for a period of time. And as well, there was issues immediately after that of delayed payment, and there was also issues around labor unrest, and also issues of subcontracting in relation with subcontractors issues, which basically resulted in further delays of the project, which also resulted in the suspensions of works by the contractor. The contractor basically came back on site again on the 22nd of September 2022, but still there were also issues relating to issues of payment, labor, remuneration, payment of subcontractors, and at the time, basically the engineering consultant indicated and gave a ruling that this need to be extended. There were a number of extensions that were made relating to this particular project, but with the disagreement in relation to this particular project, there were further delays, and emanating from issues relating to the entitlement of number of days that were granted and the disagreement on the side of the contractor. As a result, there were also issues that there was a ruling that was made by the contractor and the department with the division, basically given the situation that we had experienced, especially around issues of payment and all that, requested that the extension of time be extension with additional number of 287 days in order for the projects to basically to be completed. I also need to reflect that this particular project is almost sitting at 82%, and we basically requesting that the remaining 8% of the project be completed, and we are of the view that with the remaining scope, this particular contractor will be able to complete the work by the 30th of June. And beyond that, will also, as the recommendation of the division is that this particular contract need to be subjected to the payment regime. Chair, I also needed to reflect the comments from the various stakeholders, legal, the positive comment received. Subsequent to that, there was also comment from SEM, which basically were also positive, but again, there was also an emphasis that the requested additional funding should not be granted, and therefore, as part of the report, we have actually reflected that in line with the engagement that we had, that this particular project be extended based only on time with no additional cost or to the change to the contract amount. Chair, there was also EPMU comments that were also sent to the department, which also basically indicated that they support the project subject to the fact that there will be no financial implication beyond the contract amount as a result of the extension of time, and all costs shall be contained within the contract. Chair, and again, I think what was key is the fact that everybody, in terms of the engagement, was that we ensure that we finalize this particular project. Chair, as indicated in conclusion, based on the engagement that we had with the stakeholder departments, the department have concluded to amend the report in line with the comment relating to the cost implication, and therefore the request is without any additional cost to the project, and therefore we will further engage with the engineering consultant in terms of ensuring that the work that is required, the quality aspect, and also the smooth conclusion of this particular contract is actually realized. So in terms of the recommendation, really is to request the extension of time until the end of June in order for the projects to be completed at no additional cost. Chair, that is the report. And also the smooth conclusion of this particular contract is actually.
I must say, I'm getting confused. When this contract, it says it expired on the 19th of September 2022.
In terms of the original schedule, the contract was supposed to expire then, but what is key is that the extension of time was actually granted prior to the particular initial expiry date, and therefore that's why we are actually saying that because of the extensions that were granted by the principal agent, this project is still live, and therefore and with additional extensions, this particular project will now be concluded on the 30th of June.
I'm looking for the
Unless-
extension from BAC. Is there an extension from BAC that was approved?
The extension from BAC, ma'am, was not granted. Remember that in terms of this particular construction projects, as a city, we hand over the contracts to the principal agent, who takes basically total control of the projects. This particular projects of ours, ma'am, they are actually guided by the engineer Council of Engineers of South Africa Practice Note 47, which basically give guidelines in terms of the employer agent representative on works contract. Therefore, the projects and the control in terms of the city is actually guided by the extensions or the decisions that are made by the principal agent appointed on this particular project. Maybe just to indicate that one of the things that we really did in finalizing this particular project, we had to have various discussions with key stakeholders in terms of trying to explain the requirement in terms of the construction projects of this particular nature. And hence, we are raising that particular fact that once a project has been handed over to the principal agent, that particular employer representative is actually the arbiter of this particular project, and decision that he takes need to be taken independently, and as a department or as a city, we need not necessarily have to interfere with those particular decisions, given the fact that we have given him the authority to administer the contract on our behalf, monitor construction as agreed with the employer, and also he need to make sure that he represents us in the best of his abilities as per his professional affiliation. And therefore, we have delegated the power to the employer representative in writing, and therefore he needs to notify the employer as and when he has made a decision in writing. And that's all what we have attached in terms of the decision that he has made. His professional affiliation, and therefore we have delegated the power
Sorry,
to the
not Gwena, Pego, where are the comments from EPMU? And then I can just open the platform
Okay.
to colleagues.
Okay, I'll go back. These are the column from EPMU are starting from this particular page. Madam Chair, and it's page 11 of 14.
And then I can just open the platform to colleagues. While I'm going through that, can comments, questions, colleagues? The report that we have, it doesn't have those comments.
Ma'am, that's why I decided to fly it, because if you look at this particular report, is the one that I've circulated this morning, which is version V1.9. And that's why I decided that I will basically take you through and flight the report. That's why I decided to.
And Secretariat, through you to email us the comments so that we can look at it, because I was looking for it as well. Chair.
This morning, I did send it to all the members of the committee.
It is also on the Q drive as 6.1 updated.
Basically take you through and flight the report.
But it says empty to me.
Yeah, but I've just checked Mapula, it's not there.
It's not there.
Okay, let me, Chair, I can send it again because I send it actually in the morning, because you will see that some of the comments were from EPMU were basically received yesterday, and as a policy, SEM need to comment after basically EPMU has commented. Hence, the changes that we have to effect. Because you will see that some of the
So, Chair, the question that we're asking, maybe from Group Head, I just want to see whether the contract is still valid. I had the discussion. Can we just get confirmation there, which confirms that perhaps Group Head through you, that in the report that where it says exactly what you've presented before us on the issues that Chair was asking in terms of your submission, where is it contained in the report? Because I take it that we've got different versions of reports here, Chair, because the report that I have, it doesn't contain some of the information that the Group Head has just presented now. Which confirms that perhaps Group Head through you, that in the report that where it
Chair, as I've been presenting, I think the most important aspect that maybe we need to take into consideration again is the comments that are coming from EPMU, which basically talks to the clauses that I was referring to, and also the role that which they had on regular basis have indicated in terms of the importance of the principal agents. But what I also needed to emphasize is the fact that by appointing a employer agent in terms of the general condition of a contract, we as a city have delegated our power to that particular employer agent, and therefore decisions that get made, which are the annexures, which if you look at the annexures, is basically the letters of extension that the principal agent has actually granted to the contractor. We also need to maybe just indicate that given the situation of the city, most of the projects that we're running are not running in line with the general condition of a contract, given the fact that in many instances the laws clause 5.10, which is the delays attributed to the employer, has become one of the serious matter that we have been dealing with, and therefore Chair, there are annexures that have been attached, which are actually reflecting all the decisions that the principal agent has taken, because without those decisions, the department will not be able to take a decision. And for the sake of members, again, I think we also need to understand the fact that this particular aspect of managing this particular contract also safeguard the city in terms of any issues that or claims that might happen. That by doing so, we have given the liability is actually sitting with the principal agent. I also wanted to reflect just on the annexures in terms of all the notices, including the engineer's ruling, which is basically informed by the contractor's claims, because in certain instances, for example, issues of weather becomes an issue. In certain instances, as I've reflected, the funding source that was basically stopped, and as well as the issues relating to issues of business forum, which are actually paraded as subcontractors. All these things make our life very difficult, and that's why you have this kind of requests that are coming from time to time, which basically are beyond the contractor's control, and therefore the engineer has to make a ruling, and those ruling we need to comply with. If so that whenever there are issues relating to this contract or there are litigations, we are able to be in line with the actual condition of a contract, and therefore the engineering consultant takes their responsibility. Thank you, Chair. So that whenever there are issues relating to this contract or there are litigations, we are able.
Any other comments, colleagues?
To be in line with the actual condition of a contract.
In the absence of any other comments, then can we? Can I maybe ask legal to advise us on the validity of the contract, considering that it's expired already in September 2022? In the absence of any other comments, then can we? Can I maybe ask legal to advise us on the validity of the
No,
contract?
let's do this, colleagues. Let's just make sure that we send that email now, and then the invite in the meantime.
Oh, for the meeting.
For the meeting, yeah.
Which day?
Before the mayor can go and switch off, otherwise we'll be in problem.
Today.
Yeah, today.
Minky.
Chair, sorry, Chair. I'm sorry, Chair. There's an urgent matter now that we're dealing with. Sorry about that. Just make sure that we send that email now.
We wanted to get from you
the invite in the meantime.
assist us with the validity of the contract, because here we are told that the contract expired already in September 2022.
Chair, sorry, Chair. I'm sorry, Chair. Are we resuscitating a dead contract, Chair, if I may ask? Sorry about the taking you back.
It will seem like that, because here we are told
Chair, can I come in?
expired already in September 2022. Yes, Peko.
Okay. Chair, in terms of construction contract, a contract doesn't come or doesn't expire. For example, even after the completion of the project, when we have finalized and given a completion certificate,
Yes, Peko.
as a city, we still keep a portion of the amount for the project in terms of defect or anything. So a project of this particular nature, they do not expire. And the most important aspect is that a conclusion of a project will be through a completion certificate issued by the employer representative. So what we have been trying to emphasize here is that there is a practice note that we are utilizing, which is in line with the CIDB regulation, but it's also informed by the Civil Engineering Council of South Africa, which has actually issued these guidelines guiding a project of this particular nature. Therefore, the important aspect is that prior to, let's say, the 20th of March, if that was the date that was reflected as a conclusion date, what it then means is that a letter will have been issued by the contractor prior to, because remember that the contractor requesting an extension of time if he has not completed. But at the same time, there will be a situation where an employer representative will have to look at these particular circumstances, and he will then be able to make a determination. Remember, we have given him the responsibility to administer the contract. We have also given him the responsibility to monitor, and also we have given him the power to basically decide in terms of any of the issues that I raised. Remember that I spoke about the number of reasons why a project cannot be completed within the specified time. So we are not actually extending a dead contract. A contract remains live until such time that there is a completion certificate. And even after completion certificate, there is still the responsibility. Remember that the contractor, the principal engineer takes the responsibility. Let's say in 2-3 years' time, a bridge collapse. The responsibility still sit with the principal agent, and that is what is key in terms of construction projects, that you don't walk away, you sign that particular liability. And therefore, as and when, because that's why I was clear at the beginning to say, when we appoint a principal agent, one of the things is that we need to allow him to work independently without having to interfere with his decision-making authority. And therefore, as a result, that
Hey, I think Minky has heard you.
Okay, thank you.
I think you've explained yourself.
Because that's why I was clear at the beginning to say, when we appoint a principal agent,
I heard that, Chair, and moreover, that supply chain and legal services does not talk about the expiry of this particular contract. I don't see it here.
I think Minky has heard you. I think you've explained yourself. I guess the question that I have for is whether, in fact, the expiry of contract depends on the city, or that lies, it's a responsibility, it lies with the contract, the GCC contract. So this contract expired 6 months ago. If in fact we go according to the GCC, why are you here to extend the contract? That will be my question. My question to legal will be, there's then the appointment letter and the time allocated for the tender. In case of GCC contract. Why are you here to extend the contract? So that will be my question. My question to legal. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So that will be a question to legal, and then a question to you, Pego, is that why then are you here to extend the contract if the extension of the BAC it's actually not even required, because you go according to the TCC contract? Maybe if you can come in before Pego. That will be a question to
Chair, can I have a look at that? We have a meeting at 1 o'clock. I'm rushing to the CM's office. We'll just have to look at it when we come back.
Why are you here to extend the contract if the extension of the BAC it's actually not even required, because you go according to the. Okay, the report is referred back. Legal will look at it.
Ma'am, can I explain something before you leave?
Yes, please, Pego.
Okay, ma'am. One of the main functions of the agent is to inform the employer in writing and notify the employer of the decision that he has taken in writing. But one other thing that you also need to understand is that in the situation of the city, there are also financial administrative issues that we need to comply with in terms of e-procurement, the system and all that, the creation and the requisition. And normally they will look at what is reflected in the letter of appointment as the date for expire. But for practical purposes, those are actually included in the appointment letter. But we need to notify the city of the decision that was taken by the principal agent. Hence, this particular report, and therefore the city need to update the system accordingly in order for decisions relating to payment and also relating to reporting are actually captured and recorded accordingly. We need to notify the city of the decision that was taken by the principal agent. Hence, this particular report.
Thanks, Peko. The report is referred back subject to legal view on this matter.
Relating to payment and also
It can still come back today. Once we get we get a legal view, it's fine.
Okay, ma'am, the question is legal has actually commented positively on the report.
Thanks, Peko. The report is referred back subject to legal view on this matter. It can still come back today. Once we get we get a legal view, it's fine.
Okay, ma'am, the question is legal has actually commented positively on the report.
Thanks, Peko. The report is referred back subject to legal view on this matter. It can still come back today. Once we get we get a legal view, it's fine. Peg will deal with this matter at 2. Colleagues, we're going on break now, as indicated. Probably the group head of legal will be back. Thank you. Bye.
Noted, Chair.
Peg will deal with this matter at 2. Colleagues, we're going on break now, as indicated. Probably the group head of legal will be back. Thank you. Bye.
Noted, Chair.
Peg will deal with this matter at 2. Colleagues, we're going on break now, as indicated. Probably the group head of legal will be back. Thank you. Bye.
Noted, Chair.
Wonderful.
And I'm like the whole team is going there. Yeah.
Colleagues, can we start?
Oh.
Mapula, do you have everybody back? Colleagues, we are going to have to cancel this meeting. Let me just check with the members before I make a decision to reschedule a meeting. We might have to reschedule the meeting, colleagues. I don't know when, but we are dealing with the news that just came in now. Probably you guys know that Gaston has passed away, and the team that is handling the secretarial function are still in a shock. So they just need a little bit of a moment to process these news just came in now. So I just want to get colleagues from the members because we don't have secretariat in the platform. I'm advised that they're trying to see if they can find someone, but basically the colleagues that are handling the secretariat function are still shocked by the news. So members, can I get an advice from yourself? Do we wait a little bit longer to see if Minky can organize a secretariat, or how do you want to approach this? My view is to reschedule, but reschedule for when?
Thank you, Chair. From my side, I think all of us, I mean, we are saddened by the news that we have just received about the untimely passing of Uncle G. Yes, and I feel, I mean, exactly what Secretariat is going through. All of us, we are going through that, Chair. So we'll need time just to, you know, hold our breaths and revive ourselves. And I don't think it's a right moment now to proceed with a meeting. Most of us are essentially emotionally affected by that as such. That's my submission, Chair. Thanks.
Chair, it's Kwena here.
Yes, Kwena.
Yeah, this is very sad news indeed, colleagues. And I mean, Uncle G has been working with us in this committee for quite a long time. So it would be naive of us to think that it would be easy just to continue with work. My suggestion would be that let's allow for a rescheduling after Minky and the team has made arrangements. Then we can talk offline of the new date instead of trying to put it on here and now. That's just my view, Chair, that this is a very sad moment for the committee and I suppose everybody else that knows Uncle G. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here with the team. It's not a good space. I mean, it's terrible.
Abel.
I guess I will also concur with the sentiments of the team. We've worked with Uncle G for so many years. Some of us through all committees. And I guess maybe it will be proper that we reschedule the meeting so that we can give ourselves an opportunity to hold our breath. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thanks, colleagues. On that note, yeah, condolences to the family as well as to the team. We will then reschedule. Members will be informed then of the new date. Thank you, colleagues. The meeting is adjourned then.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you, Chair.